Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again, we're going to attempt to recreate another one of my favorite paintings by another one of my favorite artists. And about a month ago, we began our version of this painting inspired by William Kurelek, entitled Teaching Ukrainian from 1967. As you may know, I did a little bit of changes to this. I took out the oval shape, and then I also replaced or swapped out the colors with the colors on the Ukrainian flag. So I've made some quite noticeable changes from the original. And during that episode, I wasn't feeling too well, so I had to stop and take a break. So let's just see where we're at right now. Oops. There we go. Okay. So the current state of this painting is what you see there on screen. Oops, that's out of focus. So I got this far, and then I had to stop that episode. But today I want to pick up where I left off, and finish this painting. So let's talk about just a couple of little things before we get going here. Typically, this is our plan of attack, and we talk about how difficult today's painting is, materials, getting the image onto the canvas. We talk about the artist's biography and so on and so forth. At this stage, we've made it all the way down to, I think, well, maybe Foreground Pass number 1. I think so. We've done the background, although there's something I noticed in the background I wish I had done earlier, but we'll talk about all that. So we're well through maybe. I'd say about a third of the painting has been completed already. It may not look like that, but I think a lot of the hardest work has already been done. Before we start painting, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when all these future episodes are taking place. This is a bit of a spontaneous one, so again, if you're got that notification bell on, then you would get notified when this episode takes place. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, $1, $5 to help keep the internet and the lights and all that stuff going, then you can use the web address there or the QR code. It'll take you to a page just like this where you can safely, securely donate to support the channel. You can also send an e-transfer or a check in the mail, or use the YouTube Super Chat while we're here live recording. All those links are down there in the description below. And then, of course, consider joining our Facebook group. Scan the QR code or enter in that web address, and it'll take you to our Facebook page where you can take a photograph of the painting you created and then upload it to the group, and we're going to celebrate your work. And once every 6 weeks or so, I give free feedback on how to improve your work, whether that's going to be your version of Kurelek's painting or a different painting from one of our previous 500 or so master study classes, or even from our drawing series I did 5 years ago that is the most popular thing I've ever done on earth. Millions of people have done that class. So it's all free if you want to do that as well. Maybe it's another painting you're just creating just for fun that has nothing to do with any of these classes. I'd love to try to help you do that better as well. Oh, look who's all in the chat. Familiar faces. There's Senga's there, and Barbara, and Stephanie. Oh, wow, cool. Lots of... Senga says, how are you feeling now? I'm feeling much better. Stephanie says, looking forward to see how you attack this painting. Michael has an allergy. He always sneezes when painting. That's true. So here we'll notice right now, no sneezes. How long does it take before I start sneezing in my studio here? Maybe it's something I'm allergic to in the studio. Hopefully not, but anyway. So let's where should we go? You know, maybe let's just take a quick stop in here at the top just to quickly talk a little bit about William Kurelek's biography for those people who are tuning in right now and missed the first episode. I'm only going to talk about this for like a minute or two. But you know, William Kurelek, born in 1927 in Whitford, Alberta, Canada, and passes away in 1977 at age 50 in Toronto, Ontario. So was a very prolific artist during the relatively short period that he was alive, his relatively short career, but created a lot of work. He was one of those artists that was just like a machine cranking things out. And he's the kind of artist that, you know, when I look at him, I'm like, man, I feel like so lazy, so unproductive compared to this guy because of how much work he was able to do. And they're complex works too, with tremendous amount of detail. So the fact that he was able to be to create so much work at that level of refinement is nothing short of amazing. I mean, we're talking about a guy who's just like you almost like, what did he do in his spare time? Did he have any spare time? How was he able to get so much work done? Notable is that William Kurelek is of Ukrainian descent, and that plays a big role in his artwork. Obviously, in today's episode, it's featuring a woman, possibly a mother, teaching a young boy, possibly her son, how to maybe read Ukrainian or about Ukrainian history. It's not exactly quite clear. But his experience growing up in Western Canada as a Ukrainian Canadian, and some of the racism that he experienced, being a little bit different than the other kids in school, made him extremely empathetic to other immigrant families and the immigrant experience in Canada. And many of his works as he grew older focused on trying to understand and well, help other people understand the experience of immigrants in Canada, whether that would be other Ukrainian people, obviously, but Jewish people, Polish people, Irish people. Trying to think of, he did a number of, but a lot of his work was project based, and he often worked in book form as well, and so would write write and illustrate books that would talk about these various different people and their experiences, and which really helped endear him to those different communities. I know there's a few other ones that I can't think of off the top of my head, but we talked a lot about his youth and some of his quite traumatic experiences with mental health, how he made his way to England when he was in his early 20s, late teens, early 20s, to seek treatment for what is, some people believe, like maybe schizophrenia, or at least that's what he was treated for, clinical depression, and voluntarily underwent electroshock therapy, a therapy that by many standards today is considered to be, has been outlawed and considered to be barbaric. But he was in such a terrible plight, suffering so much from these bouts of depression and insomnia, voices in his head, that he he was willing to undergo whatever possible experimental treatment was available at the time to help him overcome those problems, which is just goes to show you how desperate people can be for some kind of help, some kind of relief. And again, hopefully that even just that just shows helps. I hope other people can empathize maybe a little bit more with people who are suffering from severe mental health issues. And unfortunately, many of the people that find themselves unhoused these days across the world are often also the same people who are suffering from mental health issues. And so there's that kind of double tragedy. But I'll get off my soapbox there. It was also while he was in England that he really started to devote himself to making art. One of the priests at a local hospital really encouraged him to express himself and to basically use art as therapy to alleviate some of the anxiety, the feelings, the thoughts that he was having. And that led to a number of breakthrough pieces for him. Although those pieces tended to be really, really kind of haunting and dark. Oh, I guess there's no images here. Maybe I won't go through all of them. But let's see. So we talked about some of this work being one of this work is in, I'm not sure which collection it is in, but it's in England, and depicts the inside of his head. This is his skull here. Those are his empty eye sockets. Those are his eyeballs. So his head is sort of split open, and we can see his shoes down here. So he's sort of laying on his side with his head open. You see it's some sort of labyrinth-like space in there, and many of the images in here are really kind of nightmarish, and so again, this when his doctors and the spiritual leaders that he had begun following saw this, they're like, "Whoa, William, this is a beautiful painting, and wow, it took a lot of courage to make this work, but what if instead of focusing inward on thoughts and feelings that you have, what about trying to paint things outside of yourself? Maybe about life back in Canada, your friends and family, some things that maybe you have a little bit more distance that aren't quite as painful for you, so that you can still get the pleasure of painting and that kind of a break from all of your feelings and the drama going on inside." And that was maybe the key to helping him get back on track, because from there on he suffered throughout the rest of his life, but by sort of working on a little bit more objective as opposed to subjective themes, he was able to be very, very productive and have a very successful career as an artist. When he came back from England, he's just briefly, while he was working in England, he started working as a carpenter, building frames in an art store there, basically working with a master framer. Picked up all these really highly sought after technical carpentry skills, so that when he came back to Canada, he began working as a framer in a shop, art gallery in Toronto, and ultimately that art gallery allowed William Kurelek to set up like a small art studio in the back of the gallery, so that after he was done his day's work painting, he could go and, or sorry, after he was done his, so the gallery owner provided William with a studio space in the back of the art gallery, so that after he had spent the day building frames and maybe boxing up and shipping artwork to collectors around the world, he just stayed behind and began painting for the rest of the evening. And very quickly the gallery owner was like, wow, you are not only an incredibly skilled framer and craftsperson, but an incredible painter. And so then began exhibiting William Kurelek's paintings. One sec. The sneezes are starting. So this art gallery owner began exhibiting the work of William Kurelek, and his work was way out of favor with everything going on in the art world in Canada by far. Canada at the time had really begun to embrace abstract painting, and maybe even more so abstract sculpture. That became kind of the rage across Canada in the 50s and early 60s, maybe even through the 70s. Whereas that kind of art was starting to was on its last breaths in the United States in particular, where pop art was just starting to bubble and break through. And so which pop art, when it was first exhibited, was actually called the New Realist movement, and which actually originally happened in France, and so it was called the Les Nouveaux Réalistes, and still to this day is the name of the pop art movement in France. And so when the director of the Museum of Modern Art came to Toronto to find some great Canadian artists to add to the Museum of Modern Art's collection in New York, all of the artists in the country, all the galleries were trying to showcase all of the great abstract painting that they thought he would just fall in love with. And paradoxically, or to everyone's surprise, it was William Kurelek's painting, specifically this one, The Hailstorm in Alberta from 1961, that William Barr chose to add to the collection of the Museum of Modern Art, which was one of the most stunning moments in Canadian art history. Just perplexed everyone who thought, like, why on earth would you pick this local regionalist illustrator as opposed to one of the great abstract painters working at the time? And so that catapulted Kurelek into the national spotlight. Like, who is this guy? Like, and of course, for the intelligentsia of the Canadian art world, this was people were apoplectic. Like, how? Like, it caused a whole kind of reevaluation of what is important in Canadian art and what should Canadians be painting. And it also, but at the same time, certainly made him a beloved artist amongst the general public. He'd already been kind of popular, but when the newspapers started this is who the sort of the tastemaker in New York City says is Canada's greatest artist. It happens to be a painter who paints stuff that looks like stuff, that has people in it. And after 20 years of abstract art, the Canadian public was just like, yes, of course this is what we like. And from kind of then on, basically, William Kurelek became one of the most sought after artists in Canada. Was still never fully embraced by the intelligentsia of Canadian art, who still to this day kind of raise their noses in smug disapproval of this type of work. But for William Kurelek and his fans, they could care less about what those people have to say. So I'm just looking at a selection of works here before we move on here just a minute. Yeah, you guys are so funny in the chat. I love it. Stephanie says, I use art as therapy for stress relief. I just get lost and lose track of time and things that I have no control over. I love it. Yes, art is, I think, one of the healthiest ways to pass the time, to enrich one's soul, and to better our communities. You know, like, just to give you an idea, you know, like this page here is like the, you know, the critical issues, and like many people were, you know, really dislike William Kurelek's work. And it just reminds me of when I was a student in art school, when I began in 95, I think. One of my best friends at the time wanted to go to art school to become a comic book artist, and I remember I was there when I heard one of our teachers say to him, "This is an art school, not a comic book school. We don't teach how to draw comics at this school. We teach how to make art, like art that goes in museums, that hangs on walls, not for little kids to fold up and put in their back pocket," right? So that friend of mine dropped out, subsequently became one of the most famous comic book artists around, and illustrates the covers of, you know, famous comic books, you know, like Spider-Man and Thor and Wolverine, and I mean, is a very famous comic book artist. And this is the let's see if I can get. So this is the comic book that he's known for now, that he created himself, the Renato Jones and the 1%. Very timely, all about this kind of vigilante who goes after the crooked wealthy people. But anyway, I just put that out there just because that attitude towards the kind of work that William Kurelek was making was still prevalent in the 90s. You know, 30 years after William Kurelek passed away, or 20 years after William Kurelek passed away, that was the prevailing attitude in art schools. Thank goodness that has mostly changed, because by necessity, because most of my students at art school today want to be comic book artists or animators, illustrators, and so it's just very interesting to me, and I can make and because I totally understand, like, so that's in the 90s. You just imagine like what people were thinking back in the 50s and 60s about this kind of work. So if you thought people had a bias against William Kurelek in the 90s and this sort of comic booky illustrative kind of work, well, it would have been you know, extremely toxic, that kind of rhetoric, that kind of environment bias against the work that he was doing. So to his credit, he just kept on working, and the work was also very popular. He couldn't paint fast enough. He had commissions all over the world. Yeah, so maybe I should probably wrap that up, because again, I've talked about this at length. But yeah, so let's move on here. Ravi says, I am the first person who is messaging the heart, but who is the second person? Oh, sending those little hearts. Thank you, Ravi, in the live stream chat. I appreciate you sending all the love. That's great. Okay, so let's get to painting here. Let's take a sip. Gotta have that tea. And that's really the first tea that I've had a chance to drink this morning. Our daughter was taking her sweet time with breakfast this morning. That's why I'm starting an hour later than I had hoped, because she just wanted to relax and play. Wanted to take the butter off of her toast and draw on the table and the window. And it's like, okay, I'm glad you're touching the food now, but could we perhaps eat some of the food? So, yeah, eventually we got out the door, but not when I was hoping to leave, so we're a little bit later. Yeah, I don't know why so many hearts are coming out there, Ravi, but I won't complain that there's lots of love. Senga says, I love hearing about the artist. Yeah, I find it just so fascinating just learning about different artists and what motivated them. And I may have mentioned before, I guess, in context of what we're talking about, when I was an art student in New York City in the late 90s, I took, there was the Jackson Pollock retrospective at the Museum of Modern Art, which turned out to be a really big deal, kind of a watershed moment. It was a very, very popular exhibition, beautiful art catalog, and the way that exhibition was laid out was in chronological order, which is how most retrospectives are. Retrospective being kind of looking back at the artist's entire career. But I had zero interest in abstract painting and Jackson Pollock before that show. But just walking through the show and just sort of seeing, the kind of art he was making when he was 10, and when he was a teenager, and when he went to art school and was studying under Thomas Hart Benton, we're going to do a painting of his this summer, which is coming up quickly. And then his influence under Surrealism and Picasso to then his more, you began these abstract paintings, and then the drip paintings, which he's most famous for. And then right at the very end, when he tried to reintroduce figurative work back into the work, and then died suddenly in a drunken car accident, in which he also killed another woman, his mistress, or was it her friend? There were two women in the car. One of them died. One of them survived. I can't remember if it was his mistress at the time. Anyway, I mean, by that period, he was just a raging alcoholic. The whole thing very, very tragic. But long story short, just seeing the progression of the work, starting to understand his thinking, what motivated him, how he got to those drip paintings, it clicked, and all of a sudden my understanding, my appreciation for his work did a complete 180 from detesting that work to really falling in love with it. And so for me, understanding a little bit about who an artist is, where they come from, what kind of art they had made previously and after some of their more recognizable works, just gave me a whole new appreciation for them. And so that's a big reason why I like talking so much about the biography of all of these artists, because even if we're exploring artists who, some people may not be interested in at all, my hope is that maybe after learning a little bit about them, maybe some people's opinions might change, or at the very least, people might develop a grudging respect for that artist and or their work in general. So, yeah, I'm kind of a history buff, a history nut, and so that's one of the ways that I connect with art, which is not the case for everybody. Some people they see something they like, and they like it, and they don't really care who the artist is, or why the artist made it, or where they came from, or what they were even trying to say or do with their work. So, and that's also beautiful, that there's so many different ways that we can each connect with art. Ravi says, I have a crown next to my name. What does that mean? What do the numbers on the crown represent? That's a new thing here. So we're talking about the chat here during the live stream. That's a new thing that just started happening here on YouTube over the last few weeks. I haven't dived down deep into significance and all that, but I'm assuming it just means that these are that you've tuned into a class at least once or twice in the past, and so so the algorithm recognizes you, so that when I look down here, I can be like, oh look, it's Ravi there. Oh, there's Stephanie there. Versus, and we can track all of this ourselves together. You might look down and be like, I've never seen that person there, and they've got a crown. What's the deal? That's not fair. I've been putting in all this hard work, and they're just handing crowns out left and right. So we'll keep an eye on that. Why? I mean, yeah. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just clicking around on. Okay, so let me just slide this over here just so you can see. So, top fans. What's the leaderboard? It's a place for fans to stand out in the community. The top 3 get special badges in the live chat. It resets every stream, so you can always try again. How do you get on the leaderboard? You'll need to collect experience points or XP. Here's how you get them. Send live chat messages, send super chats, and super stickers. Okay, interesting. Got it. Okay, so this is the leaderboard for today at the moment. And I'm assuming that the more people comment, then these crowns change numbers. Right? I don't know. It's like trying to create some sort of competitive thing out of the comment section, I guess. Bizarre. So you're the first, Ravi, but you got to keep commenting to keep your position as number 1. There you go. Okay, so maybe I'm going to start this chapter again, since I've just been rambling. I think we're ready to get back into this painting after about a month delay. And the last time we met, I had basically finished or did most of the background. So now we're going to go to the foreground and pick up where we left off. So let's just take a look at the painting. And just kind of think about what the next step might be here. So one of the reasons why I applied this yellowish kind of aged newspaper color over the background was that I was hoping to be able to use this same color for the colors of the skin, and therefore I wouldn't have to use that color again because it's already been established early on in the painting process. So that, I think, I'll maybe do a little bit of glazing to add some shadows and things on the face and hands. So I'm just debating right now, do I want to do that now? Or do I want to just start tackling things like the clothing and the tables? Well, typically typically I would like to kind of get some of the face done because, the scarf around her hair and her clothes, the boy's collar and the sleeve, all of those things are covering the skin. So it would be nice to have the skin and any shadows done now. But I think just for my own satisfaction, and also since I haven't painted in a couple of days, just to kind of get back into the creative rhythm, I'm going to jump to a part of this painting that I can kind of be a little bit messy with, so that I can just sort of get my creative legs back under me again. So almost like I use that as a warm-up to get back on track. So I think where I might go is, I think I'm going to start painting the clothing. I'm going to do these big shapes: clothing, table, chair, maybe some hair. And then maybe at that point I'm going to go back, fix the background a bit, and then come back and do some of those things on the face. So I'm thinking out loud, trying to articulate my plan here so that it's people understand why I make the decisions I do. There's Slashy24 says, "Hi, Mr. Buenos tardes." Oops, what did I just do here? Ravi says, "If you've been following Michael for a long time, you already know that he wants to go to the moon and paint a picture on the moon. So my question is, what happened to that dream of yours?" Hasn't gone away. Still there. Still working towards that goal. One of these days, you never know, you might just look up at the moon and see someone painting there. Yeah, so these things take time. I didn't begin a journey like that thinking it was gonna be easy. So it's one small step at a time. Okay, I appreciate the awareness and the insight and the research that it takes to understand that. Thanks, Ravi. Okay, so let's look at the color for her jacket, or her shirt, I should say. Now again, if we look, this is the original. This is my kind of updated version in which I removed the oval frame or mat around the picture. And then here's the one where I've reversed or changed the colors to match the Ukrainian flag. So you could paint her clothes and his clothes whatever colors you want, but I'm going to go for this cool blue and cool yellow for their clothes. So to start, I'm going to take some white, cool blue. I'm going to take a good heap of it. Okay. Now, I'm deliberately making this a little bit lighter than I might ultimately want to go, and I'm even going to add some matte medium into the paint to make it a bit more transparent. That's going to let a little bit of the color of that unbleached titanium, that aged newspaper, to come through. That way, because what I always think about is I want to mix what we call the local color. The kind of the color that's in between my darkest value and my lightest value, and essentially the color that exists between black and white, within the logic of the painting itself, right? Because if you're because if you're painting somebody who's wearing a yellow jacket, yellow rain jacket, but they're standing in the shadows, well, that doesn't mean we're going to use bright yellow. You know, we would probably, that local color would be a fairly dark black or dark yellow, so that would be that local color. But meaning we could still get darker, we could still get a little bit lighter, but what's sort of the average, or not average, maybe. I have to think about those words. I always get confused between average and the mean. I went to art school, not to a math school, so my knowledge of some of those terms is loose, to say the least. Okay. So, this feels good. I've been a little bit anxious to work on this painting, both wanting to work on it and then also a little bit like, oh my goodness, am I going to be able to do this? Maybe I'll just postpone it indefinitely and hope nobody notices. And then I saw so many people have done this painting and posted it to the Facebook group. I'm like, oh man, I better finish this thing off. So one thing we can notice here, you know, cool blue tends to be a fairly transparent color anyway, but in this case I've deliberately added medium in here to make it more transparent. So that means the brush strokes are going to be very, very visible. So, which doesn't bother me. It can, but it's just something to be mindful of, because if you're not careful, you can end up with brushstrokes that contradict the flow of the fabric. So you can see I'm kind of working in small areas, trying to brush the color into where it's needed, but then I'm kind of going around and brushing the color around so that I don't have like lines that are contradicting the shape of the fabric, right? Unless there were some folds that were doing that, right? Like I'm honestly just amazed and in awe of how prolific this artist was. Like, especially when we look at, as we did in the last episode, I had a book that he had, or that was made based on the artwork he did in just the last few months before he passed away. And that work was done during a trip to Ukraine in like early 77. He passed away in, I think, like August 77. Let's just get the November 77. So basically in the summer of 1977, he went to Ukraine kind of to learn a little bit about his family, and while he was there, made dozens of sketches and lots of little paintings as research for another book. And I mean, he was only like in his early 50s at that time. But just the idea that he was able to, he was working right up until the day he died, and in a short, I think it was like 3-week trip or something, he made, probably 30 paintings and filled up sketchbooks worth of material. The last few days my phone has been blowing up, people calling and leaving messages. It's like, and then there are weeks where nobody calls. It almost always seems to happen while I'm in the middle of a class too. Of course. Okay, so let's just look at that. You can see this color is a little bit brighter, obviously. Just debating if I want to go darker. Do I want to do another layer of that? I think I am. I kind of like this deeper blue that we see here, so I'm going to blow dry. Okay, let's do that again. So, you know, an obvious question right here would be, why did you bother diluting this paint only to now just go and do a second layer on it? And the answer is, well, you know, I didn't really know. I didn't really know when I was painting it how it would look, or even what I wanted, really. And it's only now that I've been able to, I saw that first layer and I'm like, you know what, I think, yeah, let's make it a little bit more opaque. But I'd rather do that. I know it's a little bit slower of a process, but I'd rather see it and then make a decision to go back in and to darken it, rather than be like, I went too far, what was I thinking, darn it. So you know, I often think of these things like cooking analogies and food. You know, it's like if you're making a soup, you kind of want to add, let's say, your salt kind of carefully, because if you put too much salt in there too quickly, you might regret it. You might, oh no, what was I, now this is way too salty or too sweet, and why did I should have put a little bit in and then tasted it. You know, there's some, you know, I've done about 500 of these episodes, so there's some paintings that I've done where, you know, it doesn't, you know, I don't feel any kind of, I'm not really worried about overdoing it. It's the part of the painting is all about being very expressive and using kind of wild gestural brushstrokes. And then there's some paintings like this one that are much more precise, and they call for a little bit more patience, a little bit more precision. Yeah, maybe a bit of, yeah, just that extra little moment to kind of think things over. Okay, let's look at those colors side by side. You know, that's still kind of on the bright side. You know, I could use a little bit of white in there to dull that color. Like, so this color is a very highly saturated, high chroma color. I think I probably want it to be a little bit duller. And we can dull that color down by adding white or gray or black, or even the opposite color. So like a yellow or orange. But as I'm sure you've heard me say many times, I love my bright colors. And I can also, later on, if I like, oh, I went too far there, I can reduce the intensity of that color if I like. But I think for now that's okay. I'm gonna, now, do I want to do some shading? Oh my goodness, look at all these comments. Robbie says, you're my inspiration for doing crazy things. Slashy says, please, if you go to the moon, draw a mustache on the surface. It'll inspire all worlds around. That's very funny. Stephanie says, I used material scraps for her dress and the tablecloth, and I painted over some of the fabric. I was inspired by Miriam Shapiro. Very cool. Wow, that's a deep cut, Stephanie. Gosh, because that was like 3, maybe more years ago, we did a painting by Miriam Shapiro in which we did use fabric cut out and collaged onto the surface and then painted parts of that. That's cool. I haven't actually seen your artwork on the Facebook group yet, but now I'm really excited to check that out. Stephanie says, I love that blue color. Awesome. Me too. Ravi says, I started a drawing class and I was thinking of using your drawing course if you allow me to. I'm not uploading it online, just teaching it physically to little children. And I'm 19. I thought I could never talk to you about this because I thought you were a big YouTuber and you will never talk to me. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Oh, thanks, Ravi. Yeah, I'm happy if you want to use some of those lessons and teach them to, especially to kids. I love the idea of more kids learning about art and being able to express themselves. Yeah, absolutely. You can, if there's anything I can do to help, you let me know. Send me a message or whatever. Okay, I think the best plan is to start darkening this her shirt here. So what I really probably should do now is mix up a black. So I'm going to take my cool blue and my cool yellow. It's a lot of yellow, but let's mix it all in. We can always add more blue. Essentially what we want to do is create a mixture of even amounts of cool yellow, cool blue, and our warm red. And if we do that, so if we mix this cool green, the color opposite that on the color wheel is our warm red. And that's going to, both of those colors pull each other towards the center, and because of that, they cancel each other out. Now, of course, you could just use black paint out of the tube, and I have several tubes of black paint here, like this one here, but I've had this one in my tool set here for 5 years, and there's still half that tube of paint left over, because I can mix my own black. You don't have to, but one thing I do like about doing this is it helps ensure that the black that I'm using has a little bit of character, a little bit of life in it, as opposed to just being pure solid black. And that means I always have black available, if I like pure black, if I really want it. And so that it's sort of like a little bit of, it's almost like a fire extinguisher. If I want to bring it out at any time, I've got that option. But this black that I'm mixing here is, you know, it's probably like 90% black, because all of these colors have a little bit of white in them, and that means I'll never get a true black. It's going to be kind of a really dark gray. So I'm making a bit of a larger batch because I know that I'm going to need this for a number of other parts of the painting. So I'm also just going to kind of scoop it all into a blob there, so that as it dries, at least hopefully some of it inside is going to be preserved. Okay, let's take some of this. I'm going to bring it over here. In fact, let's I mean, that alone is a gorgeous color. I love that. So, next up, I'm going to use my satin glazing fluid here, my matte glazing fluid. I was gonna clean this brush off, but you know, I think I can use the reason why I would clean the brush off before just starting to paint with it, because if I was really worried about doing subtle glazing, I might be afraid that that might be too thick. There was a lot of extra paint on the edges here but since I'm probably going to go to my darkest area anyway right now, I'm going to use this right in here, and that will allow me to kind of get some of the thicker, more saturated paint off. Okay. Let's get this. Okay. So you can see the initial paint that came off the tip of the brush was really dark. And then as I've been painting with it, that color kind of loses some of its strength. Okay. And then I'm going to take a nice soft brush and just soften out these edges. Now there's more that I want to do. I might even want to bring that up a little bit higher, but I'm just going to stop there. In fact, I just took a little bit of glazing fluid on the tip of my dry brush here and just kind of went in and kind of buffed, because there was a little line that was forming there that I wasn't so keen on. Okay, I'm just going to keep going here. I am kind of pushing it by doing such a large area. This is a bit of a foolish thing on my part. As long as I'm going quick here to try to prevent any of these lines from kind of getting baked in.
Now, in a pinch, I could have just gone direct. Not I don't have to mix the blue color into this mixture to do any of this shading. I could have just used black glaze. However, again, if I want to get the most subtle effects possible, then taking my time like this and using a little bit of that color is just going to get a bit of richer colors in the shadows. They're not just going to look black, but they've got a little bit more nuance in there. So you don't have to do this. I mean, I'm taking my time to do it because I'm not in a particular rush. So, okay. Obviously, there's lots of details like the stitching and the folds on her shirt. I'm going to do that, but I want to do a little bit more of the darker lines. I'll do one more stage of that, and then I'm going to outline, and then I'm going to go darker, and also some highlights too. Okay, so let's take this dark color again, and oops, let's move that over a bit there. Maybe I need to zoom that back out a bit. Okay. I think I'm happy about that. My instinct all of a sudden for a second was like, oh, I'm not so happy with here. And I almost took my brush and started fiddling in here. And then the voice of my own voice of the past is like, Michael, resist that. And you see, I can't, it's hard to, I resist the urge to fiddle with it, blow dry it, and then fix any problems. Don't try to fix it while it's wet, or you'll make a nightmare for yourself. So, it's hard. But glazing fluid will punish you if you're not patient. And so you just have to kind of paint things, do your best to blend them, and you got like 20-30 seconds, then stop, blow dry it, and then even if it doesn't look perfect, fix it in the next layer, not while it's wet. Okay, so I want to now take some of this color that I had mixed, maybe that has less glazing fluid in there, so it's less transparent. And I'm going to use this for painting in some folds and stitches in the clothes. So for instance, let's say right over her shoulder here. I'm painting this line, but I'm also, see, I'm kind of weaving it in there. I'm not just making one perfect line, because it's not like her clothes are made of aluminum or something and they're perfectly round. They're going to have ripples and wrinkles and oh, that's right. I'm using a kind of a bit of a worn out brush there. I have a number of these. Where did this come from? I have a number of these little brushes, but some of them are kind of on their final lives, you know, like cats, and I use them for just kind of, you know, some heavy lifting and scrubbing in areas, because I don't want to use them for detail work. Anyway, I just realized I was using one of those types of brushes, so I'm going to switch back to a newer one that I might have to redo like an outline like this around her collar after I've done some shading on her neck later on. But at the very least, just sort of getting this in place will feel kind of satisfying. Okay, I'm going to look for, you know, this area on her collar here where it separates. And so just, I guess it, well, it could be a little bit further over to the right. That's okay. So, I mean, I can just keep going endlessly, darkening and darkening. And if I want to get darker, well, I've always got that black that I can use in my back pocket to do this. So I'm stamping some paint over here. So this is just something to keep and be a little bit aware of. That's my hand stamping that paint around. I think that's, isn't that a Tom Petty song? Stop stamping my paint around. Ravi's lost first place to Senga. Ooh, the competition in the chat is fierce for the crown. Okay. So that line right here might be a little bit not quite dark enough. So this is an instance where I might actually use black or really, really dark color to get that. Or just a really dark version of this color, I mean, to get that. I keep doing it. I keep stamping paint all over. Where is this paint that my... It's not such a big deal because I'm going to paint over all of this, but if I'm going to paint, you know, a lighter color, I don't want to have to overcome anything like that that's showing through little blotches of discoloration. Again, for some paintings that I've done, no problem whatsoever. Who cares, right? It's intended to be kind of loose and wild. But for a painting like this, maybe not quite so much. Okay, let's just take a look. I think I could go darker for sure. But I think that next darker layer could just be black, really. I don't know if it needs to be. And because I can use that black also elsewhere, I can use it in the background on the right side of the arm and just keep darkening in here. So I think that might be okay for her clothes for the moment. So I'm gonna put that aside, clean up my brushes, even my blending brush. You know, even though I didn't paint with it, it's still discolored, right? So that's the blue that I've been blending with. I want to clean that so that paint doesn't dry on the surface and ruin the brush. But also, if I clean it now and I can sit here and dry, then I can use that to soften the edges of another part of the painting within just a few minutes, because it'll be nice and dry and ready to use. So rather than having, there's really no benefit whatsoever to have a paintbrush sitting on your palette covered with paint, acrylic paint, that hasn't been used in 2 or 3 minutes. I personally believe. Because that paint is starting to dry on the brush, and generally it's not fun to paint with acrylic that's kind of starting to get a little bit dry and gummy. And so when I'm not using a brush, after just a couple minutes, I want to clean it, let it dry, so that when I do want it, boom, ready to go. I can just pick it up and use it. Ravi's not the #1 crown anymore. Senga's overtaken Ravi. Oh my goodness, Ravi, well, you gotta be posting like a maniac. Although you were, and somehow you lost the crown. I don't know how that function works here on YouTube. They're constantly changing things on this platform, and I have spent probably ultimately like months and months of my life learning new features, only for those features to disappear and go away. So, you know, I'm at this, it's like, you know what? Let's just see how long that lasts before they take it away, before I bother investing any energy into really figuring out how it goes and how it's working, what the deal is. Okay, so let's do the boys' clothes next here. Yeah, it's funny, Senga, how, yeah, you didn't post for 30, 40 minutes and somehow you got the #1 crown. That's why I was thinking, I'm like, I don't know. I have no idea how this thing works. What? Okay. I'm just going to use my cool yellow and white. I'm going to put a bunch of white in here just to lighten it up a little bit. Because the yellow on its own is really transparent. And so it might look like really pale. I mean, it looks pale because I've added the white into this yellow, but I'm going to go over top of it without the white here in a second. That's going to make this just glow. Also, if there was areas on his shirt where I might have gone a little bit too far, and maybe painted into the boy's shirt, I can use that little bit of white that's in this paint to kind of cover that up. So I'm just checking little things, making sure, is there a part of his shirt down there? No, I think that's good. Okay. So again, you can see how much lighter that is right now. I'm going to blow dry it, and then I'm just going to put the cool yellow all by itself on top. And we should have a super saturated yellow. Oh, there's Barbara. Hello, I'm back. Hey, don't tell Trump there's a crown being awarded. Yeah, you never know. He's gonna any moment he'll join the chat here. Okay, so actually let's just move this up a bit here. So this makes for a super bright, I mean, arguably too intense, too saturated color. I can always rein it back in later. But one benefit of having this really, really bright color here is, you know, it is a cool color. Both of these are cool colors. And typically we want to put our cool colors in the background. That's going to help increase the sense of depth. However, and instead put the warm colors in the foreground. But the colors of the Ukrainian flag are basically a cool blue and cool yellow. I have seen different versions where the colors are a little bit warmer, but one thing is that the more saturated a color is, the more it's going to come forward as well, even a cool color. So the more that if I'm going to use this bright, like if I want to use a cool color and I want it to be on something in the foreground, I want to probably use as much of the saturated cooled so it can come forward, potentially even more forward than other colors that I might put on here. Barbara says, Michael, what is the Michael's AI friend thing on the Facebook group? I've seen it post a couple of times recently, gathering random info from our posts. I've tried to disable that. That's again another weird, just like YouTube being strange. Facebook has been trying to introduce these new AI features that are supposed to help the group, help me facilitate more interaction but it's like, it's really weird and creepy, so I've tried to disable it. So hopefully there hasn't been any new posts there in the past maybe week, hopefully. Because that was one of those things. During the time where I was sick, I went on the Facebook group looking, and I'm like, what is this? And it took me like 2 hours of research to figure out how to turn all of this stuff off. Every time these companies do an update, they change all the permissions, and oh my goodness, don't get me started. The insanity of social media. Okay. So look, Barbara rocketed up to number 2 on the crowns. Or now Stephanie's number. My goodness, what a tight race for champion commenter in the chat has become. Okay. So next, what I want to do is I want to start getting in the shading on this shirt, because right now, yes, that is, way too intense. And also, since this is the lamp just off to the right, here, there's a lamp right there. We want to, basically probably the only parts that are still going to have that bright light are going to be right along the front of his arm. All of this needs to get darker. So, I'm going to take my cool yellow. And there's a little bit of blue in there. I'm not too concerned about that. If there's a lot and it's starting to go green, that'd be something else. But since those colors are in this darker color anyway, not such a problem. So I'm going to mix this together. If this color did start to look a little bit more on the green side, I think that, it does look a little bit green. If I felt like, this looks too green, then I could take, say, a little bit of warm red, bring this in here, and that should pull this yellow back towards the center, give it a bit more of a neutral quality. But that's one of the things with black is, and you'll notice this if you use, let's say, a Sharpie when you're if you just draw on a piece of paper with a Sharpie and then you put it in the sun or a window for a little while, you might notice that that Sharpie starts to go purple or greenish in color as the UV lights affect the pigment, the black pigment. Yeah, where's Lolly? I haven't seen Lolly in a long time. It's true. Okay, maybe I'll get a bit more of that on here. Okay, so that's all starting to dry really quickly. So now I get my blending brush. I'm just going to try to soften this up. Wow, I really notice here as the weather's heating up how the glazing fluid starts to behave a little bit differently. So I'm just taking little bits of clean glazing fluid and put that on my blending brush. It's okay. Let's just let that sit, blow dry it, and then we'll do another layer, even though it's not perfect. Okay, let's just I'm gonna do that again, but maybe parts of the painting that I didn't get to the first time. You know what, I'm gonna, even though there's some highlights on the shirt under here, I'm gonna paint that darker anyway, because they're probably not gonna be, shouldn't be as maybe bright as they are elsewhere. Okay, let's blow dry that again. Okay. So I'm going to take that color, and I'm going to get a bit more of my black in here. I'm going to dilute it a little bit with glazing fluid, but I do want it to be darker because I want to do a little bit of outlining, a little bit of folds. Barbara asks, Michael, have you finished teaching for the year or you're still marking exams? Well, I'm lucky because I don't have exams. I don't give my students exams. They got projects I got to work on, but I don't have to grade term papers or do any tests or anything like that with my students. Those are the academic classes that students have to do. So. But they do have like final projects they did. Actually, the summer semester is what I've just finished teaching. My students have until this Friday to upload their finished versions of their projects. Chase says, hey there, Mike. Congrats on Canada getting to host the G7 meeting of 2025. Well, you know, I've been running up and down the streets these days, waving flags, honking my horn, and chanting, G7 champs, G7 champs. Because, you know, that's definitely one of the highlights of my year. Is, you know, I'm a big fan of the G7. I've got all the G7 memorabilia, and you know, whenever people come over to the house, I make them wear a G7 sweater. I'm the chair of the G7 Fan Appreciation Society. It's part of the prayer before every dinner is to take the G7 very seriously in this family. In all seriousness, I mean, I haven't really been following any of that. I don't really watch the news these days for my own mental health. I did just see an image, though, that they were in Kananaskis, which is a really beautiful place. Kananaskis, I think, was where they did the cross-country skiing champion, or I don't know, championships, but for the Olympics, when we had the Olympics in Canada in '88. It's, I think it was Kananaskis. I think so. Yeah, the world's crazy right now, but the world's always been crazy. That's one of the things, when you were talking about biographies of these artists, that I always think about is like, you know, we were looking at Kees van Dongen just a couple days ago, and he was working right through the horrors of World War I and World War II and Korean War, and great artists of the past, whether they be Frida Kahlo or Emily Carr or Georgia O'Keeffe or Leonardo, and they all lived during times that were quite chaotic. I mean, Leonardo and Michelangelo were working during wars that were happening in and around Florence and Rome, to the point where they were working was invaded, and several of their major works were destroyed by invaders. So you never know. You can only just okay. I should blow dry this because the paint is not going on as smoothly as I hope. It's peeling some of that paint off. Barbara says, great moment when Sir Keir Starmer groveled at the feet of the Big Orange, picking up the papers he dropped. What an image, dear, dear. So he says, the image is burning in my mind. I don't know. I mean, I saw that too, and I don't know if he's groveling. I mean, what are you supposed to do? I see most leaders, the best way to deal with Trump is just to treat him like a little child, to humor him. I mean, what would the alternative be? Is just stand there next to somebody while they've dropped their papers on the ground and just let them blow away, and the same way if my daughter dropped something on the ground, I'd say, I might try to encourage her to pick them up, but if she's got her arms full, I'll just bend over and pick it up. It's one of those things like when you're on camera, as I've often been many a times, it's hard to yeah, you do your best. I mean, I would probably say, you know, most of the world's major leaders have been navigating the whole Trump situation quite gracefully as much as possible. You know, it reminds me a lot of the Twilight Zone episode where there's a little kid who has this power to read minds and can banish people to the cornfield with just a single thought. And everyone is kind of on their tippy toes trying to navigate around his every whim. I don't know. I wouldn't read too much into that. If anything, yeah, as I said, I feel like people are doing the very best. Like here, when there was the Canadian election just a few months ago, like I remember thinking the conservative who was running for office, who was at first seemed like a shoo-in, a landslide victory, he would win. Was probably thinking, like, of all the times, you know, here I've got, like, the path ahead is, you know, I'm going to be prime minister in a few months. Like, this is it's all the it couldn't be clearer, the path forward, and then realizing, oh, but I'm going to have to deal with Trump. Do I really want this job? Do I really, like, oh, this is talk about a situation to be put in. Yeah, I want to blow dry that. Singer says Keir Starmer is a Ken doll fake. Interesting. Well, I'm sure he would be. He'd probably find that very flattering. I would probably be the first person to describe him as a handsome Barbie doll. I don't know. Is that the conversation? Is how handsome he is? I haven't heard that before, but just trying to decide how much darker I want to go at the moment. Maybe let's go let's go darker. I'm gonna take my black, more of this. Let's just lay in a pretty, well, how dark. Let's try this. Oh, thanks, Barbara. Barbara says, Michael, the shading on that shirt is fantastic. So realistic. This is a masterclass in glazing. The secret is to spend more time on this, but I think I've probably spent an hour just doing these two shirts. So I think I'm gonna, and you know, yeah, even to be frank, you know, he did a little bit more, basically with like some black, but I think I'm gonna do that again after I've got a bit more of this done, like the belt and pants. Maybe even that might be one of the last things I do, is just glaze even more darken on this left side of the painting here. So I think good enough. I could also do some highlights, which I haven't done on the shirt. It doesn't really seem like he did that on his painting though either. So anyway, I'll leave a placeholder for that mentally. Come back. So let's do the pants and belt. Belt. I should probably just start speeding things up here. Okay, let's make a brown. We're gonna make warm yellow, warm red, warm blue. Making a darker brown. Let's put a higher amount of warm blue in there. I could still go much darker, but let's just, I'm gonna put this paint with this here. Then I wonder what color we should do the pants. I mean, in the original here, they're just basically black. I think I'm going to, however, make them a dark navy blue. Stephanie says, now I just want to paint this one again. I haven't looked on the Facebook group. Stephanie, did you do this one already? Let's moving right along here. Let's take our black. Oops. So I just took the black that I mixed up earlier, put it over here. Let's take some of our warm blue. Where are we? This will give us a really dark color. In fact, almost too dark. I'm going to just take the paint that was on my brush, mix it in here, and paint with this blue, which is probably looks both equally as black on screen. Paint with this. Ooh, that's beautiful. Let's show that on. Okay, I'm going to blow dry that and we'll do another layer. I'll have to check out your painting on the Facebook group, Stephanie. Oh, use fabric also. Cool. Well, that's interesting. I wonder what motivated everybody to go in that direction. That is neat. Okay. Actually, I'm going to use that there to help me. So some of this is just going to go get completely covered up in subsequent layers and be almost invisible. And so for some artists, they would just, you know, cover that up with black and just make it one big black blob and be done with it. However, and that might look great when reproduced, because you won't see those details anyway, so who cares? Why bother painting them? The argument, however, would be that, you know, if this is a painting in your home, you might, you know, depending on the way the light hits it, you might end up actually seeing some of these details in here. And that can feel super satisfying to be like, oh, wow, look, you can even see in the darkest areas the seams, the folds on those pants. Oh, isn't that beautiful? So my finger popped up some of that. I'll have to make that darker. So it's just that little attention to detail that is very satisfying. Like, you see those kinds of things particularly in, like, a painting by Leonardo, like the Mona Lisa, for instance. Like, there are parts of her clothing that, for the most part, just look like solid black. And yet, if you really brighten up the colors on your computer, you can see he painted those details in. They're there. They're just not always immediately visible. Okay, let's leave that for right now. Bo says, "Hi, Mark. In your beginner's drawing course, you mentioned a couple of times that you were working on a comic. Did you finish it? If yes, where can I find it? I too started to work on a comic." No, I'm still working. Still got lots of work to do. As you will find out if you do end up making your own comic, making comic books are super time-consuming processes, probably only outdone by making a animation. Even a movie goes faster, because in a movie you're often working with multiple 2, 3, 4, 500 people sometimes, right? Okay, let's get the bench. In fact, maybe I'm just gonna, let's use this brown that I mixed here. Maybe we'll put a bit more brown. Actually, I'll just take part of that blue that I was using for the pants. Let's just put that right in there. Nice dark brown. Okay, I'll blow dry that. Yeah, I definitely remember doing the Miriam Shapiro painting a few years ago. Or was it last year? I don't know how long ago. Last year I did that one, but yeah, I can't. Other people used fabric as well, so I was like, oh, that's interesting. Why did the people decide to go that way? I mean, that's sort of fascinating to me that if you guys did that independently and both arrived at the same made the same decision. It's like, wow, that's what a small world. I mean, it's pretty random, don't you think? Pretty coincidental. I mean, I think it creatively beautiful instincts as a way of finishing that painting off when I wasn't there to help offer some guidance as to kind of color mixing and stuff as I'm doing now. So it's super interesting to me that at least two of you decided to go back to a previous painting and take some inspiration from that one to apply it to this one. I keep moving that down. Okay, that's nice and dark. Oh, I did also, there was a comment, I think, was it who? Barbara? Barbara said the shading on the table seems wrong. I'd paint the table darker and that's the center area lighter. I can't work it out. I agree. There's something kind of strange there. We'll get to that here in just a few minutes. That it seems to be sort of ignoring a little bit about what's going on with the lamp. You'd kind of imagine it being almost the opposite of that, wouldn't you? I mean, I don't know if that's supposed to suggest that that's the but the lamp, the bottom of the bowl could be shielded a little bit from the light, so it could cast a shadow onto the table, which would actually be a pretty strong dark shadow because it's very close to the light. Yeah, maybe while I think about that, I'm going to just take my black, maybe even this dark blue here. thought somebody else in the chat earlier talked about using Miriam Shapiro's. Or was that you, Stephanie? You just did it twice? Maybe I... conflated two people into one. Trying to think and chew gum simultaneously? Tricky. Trying to paint and talk and keep track of the chat. Pushing the boundary, the limits of my brain power. Okay, you know what? I think I'm going to... Let's blow dry this. I'm trying to think of what I want to do next. Okay, so I'm thinking about this table. Well, let's do a... So we've got the clothing on the mother and the son, as well as the bench established. Maybe not completely finished, so I think I'm going to darken a little bit more and maybe add a highlight. But for right now, I feel like that's gone in the right direction. What I want to do now is to focus on the table and the book here on the bottom right. And as Barbara pointed out in the chat moments ago, there is some kind of odd quality. Let me just see, what is the original? That's the original. Just want to double check. Make sure I didn't do anything weird with Photoshop. So Barbara rightly pointed out that there's this kind of shadow on the table seems kind of wrong. It seems counterintuitive for the area directly adjacent to the lamp to be darker than other areas of the table. And as I mentioned, it's possible that, you know, if the inside of that lamp, you know, had, let's say, some sort of bowl and the flame is inside, that actually the area directly below that would be really dark. So that's possible. So I'm just trying to think of what I don't want the color that I've got here to be the same as the skin color. So I want to change this color. Like we can see in the original, you know, like, so one thing I could do to simplify things, I could just paint the hands a different color and just leave the tablecloth as it is. I think I want to go in the opposite direction though and change the tablecloth and maybe leave this skin color. I'm going to shade it a bit, but I'm going to think about like what color this could be. Now, I have changed very significantly the colors of the two people in this painting. I'm it was red and yellow, and now it's blue and yellow, alternated. So if I've gone that far, it's not too much of a stretch to go even further with the tablecloth. I am kind of tempted to go with a white tablecloth with red stitching, which is very common in Ukrainian patterns. Now is this that's a lot of detail. I don't know if I want to put that level of detail in there, but you know, some of these those kind of stripes. I mean, that would look beautiful, but that would just take me hours to do. I mean, can you imagine if man, that's a lot of detail. But red and white would look gorgeous there. It would really help emphasize this theme of Ukrainian culture. I'm not in a hurry. I could paint all day, all night today. But oh, where'd that go? I could do something like that. Didn't preserve a lot of detail. Okay, I think I might try for something like this. I want to do the crisscrossing patterns, however. See, it's interesting that he painted the tablecloth with this sort of generic grid, But that's kind of, you don't see that a lot in Ukrainian embroidery. Now, it doesn't mean that, it's not like every Ukrainian is just surrounds themselves with, traditional Ukrainian fabric and embroidery and clothes, and, they're just like everybody else. Like, ooh, I like that little pink stitching. Like, what if I have red and black? Like red horizontal, black vertical. Is that too... would that work? Is that conceivable? Singa says, has anyone seen The Chosen? I've heard of it, but I can't... it doesn't... it sounds familiar, but I don't know what that is. Also like this little zigzag. Okay, I'm just gonna make executives. Okay, I'm gonna paint this white. Okay, so I'm gonna paint it white, but I'm not just gonna paint pure white right here. I'm going to add glazing fluid. Just to make it a bit transparent so I'm not completely getting rid of the colors that were underneath here. That's still super white. And also, if it's white, okay, I'm going to take a bit of black. Just make this a little bit more on the gray side. So I'm going to make just slightly off-white, slightly grayish color. Okay. So, do I want to do another layer? So I'm just trying to think to myself, at what stage do I want to start putting the stitching on here? Do I want to do that now? Or do I want to do that after I put some highlights or shadows? Do I want to do any highlights on that, or can that be the lightest it gets? So the benefit of doing the shading now is, and shading and highlights now, is that I don't have to do the stitching potentially twice. Because if I do the stitching now, I might have to paint over some of those areas because they could get, especially with highlights, too light. So this is what I talk about when my brain isn't big enough to be able to solve these problems until I do them. I sometimes just have to do it, and then it's like, oh, it's so clear now what I should have done. But at the time, those answers aren't as readily evident. Tea breaks aren't helping me here. Okay, maybe while I'm struggling to solve this, I'm gonna paint the paper here of the book. Should I do that white? Maybe let's do that pure white. Ah, none of that's on camera. That's great. Lisa, I didn't notice that comment. Lisa said earlier, maybe the table was dirty. That's why the colors, the shadow is there. Barbara says, yes, Lisa, yes, dirty table. That's what I thought. But it's supposed to be the light. Shadow on the boy's face is the same color. Odd, isn't it? Yeah. Well, you know, he probably is just drawing this from his drawing and painting this from his imagination. So, you know, artists make mistakes just like everybody else, right? So it's possible he did something other than what he intended, or what should be there, perhaps. Or should that be lighter? Excuse me, sorry. According to the logic I've created, that should actually be lighter there, shouldn't it? I was thinking that the glass would sort of darken the fabric, but anyway, we can play around with that. Let's paint the bottom of this light. pass I'm making here. Okay, so I'm definitely going to just blow dry it, and we'll do a second layer. Gesundheit. I'm feeling okay right now. Sneezes. I've been kind of sneezing a few times throughout this episode, but not too bad. Oops. Sorry, Barbara. Yes. So the chalk smudged, and so you can use so there's two different kinds of fixatives. You have your workable fixative. Let's just look here. Why is that so small? Oh. So you got your workable fixative. That's probably what you would want for this. Like if you wanted to use chalk and put it on a piece of paper and then paint over top of it without the chalk smudging and smearing and getting into the paint and changing the color of the paint, you want to use something like this workable fixative, spray the surface, and then you can do anything else over top of it. As opposed to like a kind of a finishing spray, varnish, crystal clear. So I like, you know, depending on what you want, like this matte finish spray you could put on at the very end, or you could use a gloss spray. The finish spray is going to be feel a little bit more natural. It won't have the reflective qualities of gloss. And so that could look really kind of nice, just to, but that would be on the very last thing you would do, as opposed to the workable fixative, which is what you would do in the middle before you would do other things over top of that chalk. Okay. I'm going to take this brown that I made, and I'm just going to use mostly glazing fluid here. I want this to be quite translucent, maybe even take a bit more yellow. I don't know what I'm going to do for this lamp. I haven't really thought that far ahead. But at least, you know, it's being articulated, and that's something. I think part of what causes me to sneeze often is using that hair dryer, blowing dust and things that are might be in my studio all over the place in the air. And I have hay fever, so I'm allergic to dust, and so not doing myself any favors blowing that stuff all over the place. Okay. Perspective is slightly off here. I should be able to see more of the inside. You know what? Let's just get it done. Let's not focus on the problems. Okay, so the table. Let's do some kind of stitching there. Do I want to do... So I do have Posca pens I could do this whole thing with, but I'm going to make my life miserable by doing these dotted lines. Sometimes it's hard to get a usable point. I gotta kind of put the paintbrush in and then I kind of spin it. Now this might mean I might have to ignore the lines that I drew here. I was contemplating kind of erasing those lines. I felt they went up a little bit too high, but you know, it's a tablecloth is not going to be perfect, right? It's going to kind of bunch up. In fact, if I wanted, I could really kind of exaggerate that a little bit and deliberately put a little wrinkle in here. But I might allow for that line to get a little bit loose and wobble around a little bit. See, the reason why I was debating which step to do first earlier is that, you know, I don't want to have to redo any of these dots because I've darkened or put highlights over top of them. Man, that makes my eyes cross. I gotta kind of lean back a bit here. Gotta start seeing spots. And hopefully it's clear that these dots are getting bigger. As I go down to the bottom of the canvas here. Okay, let's just see how that looks a little bit further away. Now I can still see the grid that's underneath. You know, it's like, I don't mind it. I mean, it's very subtle. And I can even, you know, potentially that could be a positive thing in that it kind of just barely suggests to the viewer that area, you know, that the table, because these lines kind of diverge, giving a sense of perspective. You know, so it's very subtle, but I don't know. You let me know what you think. Should I do the black? I could do black dots going towards us. That would actually probably not look bad. Stephanie says, the hand near the bench in my painting was gnarled and creepy looking. I did correct it to the best of my ability. Well, you know, in the original, it is just, you know, oops, let's bring this back here. In the original, it's almost impossible to see what's really going on there. Even in all these different versions, whereas the outline that I did, I tried to kind of imagine what I saw there. And so, you know, you could just essentially do what it looks like he's done, is just really darken it in, just put it basically into the shadow. Oh, what happened there? Where did this... It must have been as I was painting those dots. Part of that paint stuck to my hand. restoring my own painting before it's even done. But that's also typical as it gets hotter in the studio, as the temperature just outside gets more intense. That often means that those fans are going full blast. The camera's getting pretty hot. This will be the first summer in this studio, so we'll see what the heat dispensation is like over here. Let's blow dry all those little dots. One reason to blow dry all that is sometimes those dots can be kind of raised and they can have some texture, just like little pimples or something. And they might be kind of, you know, dry to the outer side might be kind of dry to the touch, but then you go to rest your hand on it, you go like this, and it pops, and the wet paint inside oozes out and smears, and that can be upsetting. All right. Do I want to do those black dots? If I want to do that, I think I'd gotta do that now. What is it called? What is the name of the pattern where you have intersecting lines? I just don't know if that's... I just don't really see that. Ukrainian tablecloth, simple... Name of pattern. Plaid. Tablecloth. This is perpendicular, yeah. Perpendicular intersecting grid. I do like this. That would have been wild. That, I feel like that's the kind of tablecloth I would love. I love that. That is wild. Woo. It's almost hard to look at, though. Barbara says, okay, that's me signing off tonight. Early night tonight. Thanks so much, Michael. As always, interesting and informative. Bye, everyone. Well, have a wonderful night, Barbara. It says I don't have ink in my printer, so I draw it myself, all the dots. This is tricky on the tile. Let's go with the dots, and then I will we'll just absorb the inevitable criticism when someone goes, "No, that's not traditional Ukrainian patterning. No, well, you're a fraud. What? No, proper any Ukrainian worth his worth would never do this. Oh." Oh, what are you doing, Michael? Oh, how terrible. What blasphemous transformation have you brought into the world? This terrible Frankenstein must be condemned in the fiercest language possible. Okay, how do I do this? Okay, we will... Where should I start? Let's do the... Oh man, that just makes my eyes so crossed doing this. Okay, I think I need to do it this way. Let's zoom in for a bit here. I mean, my hope is that, like, you know, there's... Zelensky calls me up himself and is like, Michael, you must, let us use this pattern for the official pattern of Ukrainian tablecloths in the presidential palace shall be done this way going forward. This is a great innovation in Ukrainian embroidery. Brilliant stuff, kiddo. Okay. I think I need to... Okay, so where's the... I gotta mentally work this out. Where's the vanishing point here? So in terms of perspective, that's kind of my vanishing point up there. Meaning that Oops, okay. So if I put those dots there, I've already committed to... Okay, let's move. Okay, we can... Maybe I should just show what I'm doing here. So I'm trying to work out where the vanishing point is, where all of these lines recede to. And this is the non-scientific way of going about it. Excuse me. I'm glad that I'm bringing some laughter to the chat there. I guess I gotta do something to make this episode mildly entertaining. Watching somebody paint thousands of little dots here is generally not considered to be particularly the most captivating. Of experiences. Now, as I said, I do have Posca pens for all of this. And I have used them before. And in fact, there's a great deal I found on Posca pens on Amazon. Which usually has terribly high prices for art supplies, but for whatever reason lately has... you know what, and let's... Look at all you people watching some weirdo painting dots. Love you guys. Hopefully you're either falling asleep or you're making your own painting. Cooking dinner or something, because I can't imagine what I'm doing right now is particularly enthralling. But it is, you know, like the sometimes like little details like this can be the very thing that really makes a painting work. Those lines are a little bit closer together than they should have been. Stephanie says lattice. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is, you know, a grid-like structure. Kind of looks like a lattice like we might have in a garden to helping lettuce grow. A lettuce lattice. Let us talk about lettuce lattices. Let us talk about lettuce lattices. Let us talk about lettuce. Let us build lettuce lattices. Let us build a lettuce lattice. Let us build a lettuce lattice. In what latitude should lattices Senga has said, is anyone... I'm waiting on the Chosen live stream. Has anyone seen it? You mean a painting about the Chosen? Or just is there a... Does the Chosen do a live stream? Is it like on Netflix or something? Again, it sounds familiar. I just don't know the... Is that the one of like Kirk Cameron produced? About like the apocalypse and the chosen are the people that rise to heaven or something, or that are left over after the end of the world. Peter Piper picked a pickled pepper. Peter Piper picked a pickled pepper. Peter Piper picked a pickled pepper. How do you pick a pickled pepper? You mean like from the jar? Because you'd think you'd pick that pepper off the bush. Peter Piper pickled the pepper he picked. Peter Piper pickled the pepper he picked. Right? Doesn't that make more sense to pickle a picked pepper? Unless you.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
There's my smart speaker just chimed in. Said, I don't know how to help you with that. We all good because I didn't ask you. Oh, the 5 seasons of Jesus Christ. Oh yes, I have. There was actually they released, I guess, the new season in theaters, which is they've gotten to the Last Supper. Isn't that where they're at right now? Does sound interesting. Free. No, it's about the life of Jesus Christ. The Chosen app. Fuzzy Chan says, hey, looks like we're almost done. We're almost done the dots. Getting there. Almost done one part of this. But okay. Ooh. That is not easy on the eyes to do that. Holy smokes. Stephanie says, I laughed a lot today. Good. That's, I think it's important. I think we should all say that before you go to bed is, good. I laughed a lot today. That's a good, means probably a pretty good day. Yeah, I mean, that took some time, but I think it looks kind of cool. It adds something to this area of the painting that was kind of a little bit bland, or at least in my version, right? Had I just left that blank, I think it would have been kind of boring. I mean, if we look at them side by side there. Senga says red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather. Or how many cookies can a good cook cook? If a good cook cooked cookies, she could cook as many cookies as a good cook cooked if a good cook cooked cookies. I saw a ship in sight. I saw a ship in sight. I saw a ship in sight. Brain is sore from the dots. Yeah, totally. Okay. Yeah, it's doing that. It would have been easier had it. Maybe I should adjust the template to do that, because it's definitely not lining up with the dots or the lines that were in the original image. Mine are, I think you can see, a little bit more dramatic. His kind of just sort of recede a little bit. The vanishing point is much higher. It would be off the top, whereas I don't even know how I guess sort of the reason why I guess they've appeared the way they have is the bench, really. That's where I made a decision as to, I guess, the top of, I don't know. It's okay. Let's not think about dots and how we arrived at those dots anymore. Oh, my eyes. Okay, now I feel like I could do a little bit of shading on here. Okay, actually, should I be glazing gray or just black? I think I actually just want to glaze black. Maybe a tiny bit of white. Maybe let's keep the white that's on my brush right here. I guess that's black right there, right? Okay. It says, keep saying those tongue twisters. Well, my brain is sore from painting all those dots. Not sure how much activity that my brain can handle beyond this. So I might retire from the tongue twisters for a few moments here. Okay, where should we glaze this? let's blow dry all of that. Oh my goodness, my daughter's done school already and I'm still painting away on this painting. Oh my goodness, just goes to show how time flies. Stephanie says, Martha Stewart ain't got nothing on you. Nice table. Oh, very sweet. Thank you, Stephanie. How is it 3 o'clock already? My gosh. Okay, let's blow that. Blow dry this puzzle and blow. Let's blow this up. You got some good tongue twisters there, Stephanie. Oh my goodness. What am I doing? Okay, let's do the text on this book. How do I do the text so that it looks different than dotted lines? Okay, I keep throwing some curveballs at myself today, aren't I? Should the text be a different color to distinguish it from black, gray? Let's make the text dark blue, perhaps? And I'm going to dilute it significantly. I want to make sure there's a distinction between the color on the book as well as the text or the stitching on the So what should be in the picture on this book? His is kind of this scribbly stuff there. It's supposed to be teaching Ukrainian. Teaching Ukrainian. What would the image be here? Sorry, I should show this on screen. So I'm just looking for Ukrainian symbols. Could I draw a sunflower in there? Some small details. Come on, let's go down here. that's okay. In fact, I'm even just going to take this rag. Just try to soak up some of those marks here. Oof. Okay. I'm running out of tea. I might have to make a tea break. Singus says, it's my dad's anniversary tomorrow, and his urn is sunflowers. Cool. Well, that's beautiful. That seems like the world was... Your father was speaking to me, asking for sunflowers. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry that. I mean, we're getting there. We're getting there. It doesn't sort of feel like it all the time, but slowly we're climbing this mountain. Okay, I want to go back to the background now and do a little bit of work in the trident, the Ukrainian symbol in the top left corner that I wanted to put up there. You know, technically I probably should have done that before I started glazing the shadow in the background, but when I did that a month ago, I was minutes away from being really ill, and I was just not maybe thinking clearly. So let's see if I can pull this off and integrate it into a way that makes sense. I mean, I could just leave it blank and just be done with it, but I think I want to put something there to... because right now the top left corner here is a little bit empty. So let's go to the original. Now that symbol, that's pretty complex. Of course, I took a bunch of my knives, cutting knives to school for my students to use. Do I have any left? Didn't think this through. did I do with my tape? Did I move that out of the way too? Michael. It's right there. Okay. Stephanie says, my dad used to make me say that tongue twister when I was small, then I would cry because I said a bad word. Hence, I did not teach this one to my children. Oh. Well, that's what dads gotta do. They always gotta be introducing a little bit of mischievousness into life, hey? Let's I'm just gonna mix kind of like a dark, cool blue. It's not too far off the color I used to do the shading back there. Okay, so we got that color now. Let's put glazing here. So I'm not going to paint it with the same level of complexity as that one, but So I'm trying to use paint that's got a little bit more glaze in it for the lighter side of the shadow. At least a little bit. For the most part, I'm just trying to use essentially, be kind of consistent. I just don't want to have too dark in the light. And then once I've gone all the way around, I can just go back over top of some lines to darken them. I should blow dry that, make it easier for me. Thing says, I miss my dad for all that fun stuff. Aww. I also want to be careful not to over darken this stuff, because I don't want this symbol to be just like, a flashing street light right here in the background. I want it to be as muted as possible, or not as possible, but just muted so that it's not kind of taking up too much attention here. So now I am just going back over with my glaze, darkening the lines and the shadows a little bit. think that's okay. Let's just see from above. Oh yeah, let's make. There we go. It's just driving me crazy. There's this little spot that had formed, and I accidentally peeled some paint accidentally off, resting my hand on the surface there. Let's blow dry this. Okay. New fresh tea, empty bladder, ready for the home stretch. Let's do a new chapter. I think we did Foreground 3 already, right? Slowly but surely, we're inching forward towards the finishing line. Next up, we've got, or the remaining things is some shading on the skin, hair, shawl, scarf, headdress, lamp, and then overall highlights and shadows. Thought I had 5 last time. Somehow that list just grew to 6. Okay. And so then, what would be the... where should I... It doesn't matter where I start. Maybe on the face. Thing says those dots are turning into bigger circles in my brain, or my brain is fired. Or maybe you fired your brain. Okay. Let's do a little bit of glazing. I think I've probably been a little bit reluctant to dive into the glazing on the face because I'm a little not quite sure how to... The face of this boy, like if we look at here, it's like, where is the kid's eye? Like, I think, is that the eye right there, or is that the eye? I think that's the eye and eyelash right there, I think. Just a little bit, I'm a little confused. So, then we'll put the hair over top, I think, right? I'm just trying to visualize. Okay. So let's mix up a skin tone. So much of this paint is started to really dry out on me, so which is not such a problem because we're glazing with really thin layers anyway, so we're just kind of coloring the paint. So right now what I'm looking to do is sort of intermediary color that's like a little bit of that color on the cheeks, ears. So it's not necessarily shading, just a little bit of nuance to the... Because if I just go right to the shading, it might look a little bit cartoony, like just not enough color variation on the face. So
this. We got our blending brushes all set up, ready to go. That's super subtle, but that's okay because that's what we're going for right now. Just adding a bit of nuance. I'll put that in the hand here anyway as well. I don't know if any of that shows up on camera at all. Let's blow dry that and maybe do just a, oops, another one.
Okay, let's start darkening that skin tone. Where should we do this? Okay, so I took some black and my skin tone. Yeah, I was gonna say it looks a little bit gray because there's the white in the skin tone. Come back to the nose because that's a fine little area to work in, easily to make a mess there. So I'll do that in a separate layer. Oh, my eyes are... So you can see as I do this kind of glazing, what ends up happening is any outlines that I had there before, in fact, let's zoom in here, get painted over and they lose their the darker value to them, or they become less intense. Can't remember when the last time. Did I blow dry that hand? I don't know. There was none of this has been on camera. Michael. Okay, let's take some warm red glazing fluid. Get a little bit of color. So I just want a little bit of color on lips. Right, it's, you know, maybe not wearing bright lipstick like Marilyn Monroe, but we all have lips, so having those a little bit darker, giving a little bit of warmth to the nose is also kind of nice. And then there's always some warmth on the ears. I have heard it said, like, you can't make the ears red enough. I don't know about that, but just because the skin is so thin on our ears that it tends to be a little bit reddish. Also going to put this a little bit in these fingers. Let's blow dry that. That's good. At the moment, she kind of looks a little bit clownish. I think when we get a bit more done here, that won't be a problem. She does have a good old big Ukrainian nose, though, that's for sure. Saying says my hand and eyes are very sore with this painting. Well, especially if you've been painting as long as I have, just, you know, it's, your brain starts to get tired, and yeah. Let's blow dry that. I'm going to go in the opposite direction here and go lighter with some white. So I just took my skin color that I mixed up and added some white to it. Let's see if there's a bit more in there. One of the main reasons is this little thing I'm going to fix. I might have to do a few layers of this here. Okay. Keep going, keep going. Maybe quick blow dry. Let's get some hair in here. Let's get some hair in here. Let's get some hair in here. Black Eyed Peas, anybody know? Stephanie says, the faces had me stumped. I just improvised, but now I see the process. Ah, interesting. Well, just know that there's lots of different ways to go about doing this. There's not a exact, there's not a right way or a wrong way or... let's blow dry that. Sorry, that was muted the whole time. That's not my best job of hair. I could do a lot more detail, but I'm starting. You know, I've been painting here since 11. It's 5 o'clock. It's like a full day's work. I've been painting, so I'm just gonna move forward here. Maybe should I give him eyebrows? Where would so here's some white with a little bit of glazing fluid in there just to guess there's a little bit of red or cream on the brush. I obviously didn't clean it thoroughly enough, but I'm just going to use it anyway. I don't think it's a deal breaker. And sometimes it's nice to have just a little bit of color everywhere. You start to kind of feel like it's coming together. I'm going to take a bit more of just the white. Do a bit more white on the side of her face facing the lamp. Let's get some gray in here. saying this is New York, NYT, not, I don't know, New York Times, guys? Not feeling good, need to lay down. Oh, okay. I didn't understand what that meant. Taking some warm yellow here for this lantern. blow dry that. Although, I'm going to take a bit of this. I could glaze a little bit of this yellow, orangey stuff elsewhere, but let's just plow ahead. What did I say needed to be done? Lamp, skin, symbol, I think. I feel like something's missing, but okay, we are getting close. We see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's time to do our finishing touches on this painting. So basically, I think at this point it's just some outlining I want to do, and then some dark, adding some really dark areas, some shading on things. I think that's pretty much the only thing remaining. I'm sure there's something else. I mean, like, I want to put the eye, you know, outlining around the face, little things like that. So, let's get to it. Let's get, need to make more black. can make it work with all this here. So I'm going to take my warm red. Warm blue, warm yellow, or cool. Warm red, cool blue, cool yellow. Mix this up. And if we get the ratios just right, we're going to get black. That looks pretty good. Or good enough. Oh man, my shoulders are getting sore. Crack those hips. So let's take this. Let's do some outlining. A little bit of glazing fluid on here just to make it even easier to paint with. Where should we go? I should have blow dried this. Here's 1 second. Okay, I didn't want my hand getting all over the painting there while I'm working on it. Especially when you get close to the end. That's when all the mistakes happen. So I think I'm gonna go back to, well, you know what? I'm gonna start outline. I was gonna say I'm gonna do the shawl. Over her eyes while this paint is at its freshest. It makes it easiest to do these details. Notice how I'm blending. I'm taking this wet glaze and just sort of pushing it in the direction of where the shadows should go. So I'm just kind of smudging it. Up into the sleeve here. Okay. So I'm just almost done outlining, and then we're just going to really, well, I don't know, we'll see how much courage I have, but I wanted to start really darkening things down. Her hair. Gotta tackle that. Okay. try. So I don't really need to be doing a lot of these outlines, but it is part of his style. Getting close here. So I'm going to take my black with a little bit of glazing fluid just to make the process a bit easier, and if I want to blend it out, I have that option. And for a second. Let's blow dry that. Just leave it, Michael, and blow dry it. Let's blow dry that again. We're getting very close. I'm going to darken this hand again. I could continue to darken behind her head here. You know what, I think that's good. I can't. My eyes are starting to get so crossed that I can't see. Well, that was supposed to be a reflection on the eye, and now it sort of looks like that's the white of her eye on the other side. Huh. That's interesting. That actually makes me happy, because that does make her look like she's looking more at the book and less at the lantern. But do I want to put now do I want to put a dot on those eyes after all? I don't know. Maybe that's good enough. Stephanie says, I did my whole painting wrong. Well, I think that's... I doubt that you did the whole thing wrong, as if there was such a thing as doing any kind of artwork right or wrong. You might not be happy with the results, because it differs from what you wanted to achieve, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. I know that sounds like I'm arguing semantics, but your idea of what is wrong in your painting might be exactly what somebody else feels they needed to make their painting. So I wouldn't be so hard on yourself. Can I walk away from it like that? I think I can. Let's just give it a quick blow dry. Whew. My goodness. Okay. Oops, I put that up there, don't I? Why am I having such a hard time doing this? I think it's because I'm just tired and a little bit hungry. Okay. There have been points today where I wondered if I'd ever get to this to this chapter here, but here we are. I could still paint on this. I could see a couple hours minimum more work I can do here, but I think it's time to move on. So let's do our side-by-side comparison and just see how things turned out. As a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when the future episodes are going to take place. I don't usually do these on Wednesday morning, so if you want to support the channel with a small donation, $1, $5 through PayPal, consider using the QR code there. You can scan that on your phone. It'll take you right to the PayPal page, or you can enter in that web address there, and it'll take you right to a page. It should look pretty similar to this, where you can safely, securely donate to support the channel, to help me buy cameras when the cameras conk out, or buy new paint and brushes and pay for the internet and lights. All that stuff adds up. It's about $250 a month to just to keep this show running. So any support is I'm super grateful for, and there's some of you who've been supporting the channel for years now, so I really appreciate that. If you want to, there's other ways to donate. You can use send an e-transfer via email, or check in the mail, or use the YouTube Super Chat while we're live. The links for those things are down below, and you can go to the website to do that. That information is also on our Facebook group, so take a photograph of what you've created, upload it to the Facebook group, and oops, where's the bottom here? So that we can celebrate your work as well. Both of these go to the same place, this bit.ly versus the web address down there below. And that's what that page looks like. We'll do our next free bonus feedback episode in a couple of weeks, and I'm looking forward to catching up on all the great work that you guys have uploaded to the Facebook group while I was ill. So, because I've been missing in action basically on and off for about a month and a half. So I'm looking forward to doing a deep dive into all the great stuff you guys have created. So, having said that, let's take a look at this painting. So, of course, this is, let's zoom out just a little bit here. That is the original artwork by William Kurelek, and you can see that it's in this oval-shaped mat or frame, or maybe he painted that himself, actually, now that I look at it. It's hard to kind of tell. I used Photoshop to help me make this painting into a rectangular format so that it would work on one of these 9x12 canvases. That was the result. You know, so I'm not sure how Photoshop came up with this. There wasn't a lot of information there, but that's what it decided to create, and I went along with that, and I kind of embellished that a little bit. And then I thought, well, why just a palm tree there? It doesn't make sense. So I instead replaced it with the Ukrainian trident, which is, you know, maybe the symbol of Ukraine, and then also swapped out the colors of the clothing for the colors of the Ukrainian flag. Since since this woman is teaching her son Ukrainian, it seemed to make sense to have kind of Ukrainian colors in here. It actually just occurs to me that at the time this would have been created, these would have been colors of the Soviet Union, right? Red and yellow. So this kind of updates this painting. I'm not sure how William Kurelek would have felt about that, but I think he would certainly be amenable to this kind of change, considering what's happening in Ukraine at this very moment. So let's bring up the my version here and compare. As I said, there are things that I see just immediately that jump off the page. It's like, oh, I could fix that, or I could do that a little bit differently. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I mean, considering I probably worked on this for about 10 hours, all told, both episodes. Not too bad. You'll notice, maybe most obviously, the contrast level on mine isn't anywhere near as strong as his. I mean, when, you know, right now I've got all these lights bombarding this image, so it does appear brighter than it actually is. So some of these areas are going to darken down when they're just, you know, it's on the wall. But there is still, like, a lot more, like, for instance, like on her face, on her hand.
Maybe even in the background, yeah, there could be a little bit darker shadows above her head in her shawl. So I mean, there are lots of other places. You can see also I made a change here with the way the lamp was illuminating the table. I was even thinking of maybe adding a bit of glaze just to kind of give a vignette effect here on the table, but I decided, I'm out of steam. I don't think it's going to be that much of a problem. So let's zoom in. Where should we start? Maybe let's go up to the top here. So I just want to, at this moment here, just talk about, the top left corner of the painting and this image that's up here. As I said, in the original painting, that's all we see of this area. So I've certainly kind of expanded that, and I inserted that Ukrainian trident there where there wasn't one. I'm not sure what this was. Like, I don't know, I kind of figured maybe it's like a calendar or something pinned to a poster back there. I don't know. But I wanted to kind of preserve that detail. It seemed kind of little neat little thing. So in terms of the shadow and the shape that she's casting on the ceiling there, or the wall, when I remember when I was painting that shadow, I was not feeling well at all, and I wanted a little bit more nuance, because that's, I think, the shape of her head and then her shoulder, and this just has turned into kind of one big shape. It's super subtle, but if I was to do it again, I might have tried to go for a bit more of a different, a little bit more nuanced shape back there. Okay, how about let's just scroll down here. Maybe let's go all the way down to the bottom left, actually. So there's the bottom left of this painting. So once again, so that hand, earlier on in this painting, that hand was a little bit more visible. We could kind of see it. And then kind of right near the very end, maybe 20 minutes ago, I just started layering some dark, was basically black with a little bit of glazing fluid to darken it down, so that the hand almost becomes totally obscured. Now, we can still see a little bit of detail in there. We understand that there's probably some part of a hand in there. And if I look closely, I can still see all the fingers. But, it's mostly just totally black. Like, part of me wants to kind of just darken that thumb a bit. But you can see in the original, he's got a little bit of that detail there too, so. I could probably have spent more time on her clothing now that I look at it. Yeah, that bothers me a bit there. But I'm not gonna harp on it. Let's just move over here, and I need to have some food. Whoop. Let's bring that back. Okay. So obviously you can see the difference between the patterning on the table. So once again, that's the original painting, and then you can see how I've expanded it. It's not perfect down here. And then I decided to completely rework this with, some kind of embroidered tablecloth. Yeah, as I look at it, maybe adding a bit of warm yellow would have looked kind of nice on here, just to kind of give the light from this warm lantern on the bodies, but I think it's okay. That could account for some of that yellow discoloration on the table.
Yeah, I'm happy with the way all those little dots work. I think that's okay. Just before I move on, just sort of looking at the gradient there on the far right. You can see in his there isn't really much there, but I did put this light up here. I remember when I did this, I ran into a big problem, and I was able to fix it to the point where it's not really, there's nothing to see there, right? But that's, if we go back earlier in the episode and we watch where that happened, you can kind of see where I ran into some trouble. And then perhaps maybe let's look at the book next, or maybe even the lantern in the book. You'll notice that I made some changes to the lantern, like even just the internal structure of it. Like I couldn't quite figure out. I've seen this kind of lantern, the original that William Kurelek did, with these sort of, I don't know what you call, flanges kind of coming out to help hold the glass in place. But just as a time-saving thing, I just removed them and just made this just a simple oval shape that it's just sitting inside of. And I think that's fine. I also simplified the top here. It's just a simple shape, even down there as well. I think there was some sort of flourish on there. The book also, I used this kind of grayish blue to paint the I suppose words and picture on there. I had a little sunflower just to give it another Ukrainian symbol. I was trying to glaze that arm and darken it, but it just kept didn't want the glaze, so it's like that. It could certainly be much darker as it goes into her sleeve, but I'm done for the day. I can't. I don't think I have the energy to do any more work on that. So let's just finish it up by just looking at the two central figures, the mother and son. I think, oops, let's get that. This was kind of tricky because, especially the little boy's face was hard for me to kind of parse out exactly what was what. And the more I look at it, the more obvious it is that that's where the eye is. But I tell you, I probably spent a couple of hours, not just today, but when I was doing the outline, trying to figure out what's going with that eye and where the eye actually is in there. Because I was like, is the eye over here, or is it here, or is it completely covered by the hair? I'm not sure. So I think that's where it actually is, where he painted it. I also see some differences in here, like she's not smiling quite as broadly as the original. That's mostly because I just didn't put as many kind of wrinkles and folds around her eyes, which would account for that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm happy with it all. I think, I could also, I really could have darkened behind his head there a lot more now that I see that. But that's one of those things when you're making a painting, sometimes all you see is the stuff that you could have done. And I don't know, sometimes one just only has a certain amount of energy, and you just have to at some point say, you know what, good enough for government work, as my grandfather used to say, my good old Ukrainian grandpa. And so that's good enough for government work. Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for painting along with me, for keeping me company. There's some of you who have been in the chat there since we began,
7.5 hours ago. So you guys are all stars. I really appreciate you being with me this whole time, and your encouragement and the laughs in the chat there. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you guys. I'm not sure when the next episode is taking place. I do have a little bit more time on my calendar coming up over the next few months. But my daughter's also off school very soon. So all of a sudden I got this free time, and then all of a sudden I'm going to be busy with my daughter. So we'll figure something out there. Again, remember, the more you're making art, the more you're benefiting yourself, as well as your community and our world as a whole. The more people that are making art, the better and more peaceful our world would be. Can you just imagine if people like Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin took a painting class? My goodness, I feel like maybe they would take their feelings of aggression and anger and disappointment and shame and all these other emotions that they seem to clearly have out onto a canvas and some colored mud and with brushes than on innocent people in their respective countries and abroad. There are some links down below too if you want to donate to support various different causes in Ukraine. Again, those links are below. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you again in the future. Have a wonderful evening, morning, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. Doot 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 doot.